2016 and welcome to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe live stream edition. I've been doing videos on this on the PS5 version. Right now I'm streaming on the PS4 version. Same thing I did for Security Breach. So. Oh, hold on. Can we get down there? I think this is on already. Alright, we're gonna begin the game. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, the end is never the end. Indeed.
This is
Welcome
the
back.
story of a man
Quit the game, then
named
start again. Yo.
Stanley worked for a company.
I may have just done it to check how the controls work.
A big building where
and also get one achievement for trying to jump.
he was employee number
247.
Employee
number 247's job was simple.
He sat at his
He
desk
sat in
in
a dark
room
desk in room 427 and pushed button on his keyboard.
Orders came to him
through the monitor on his desk, and he I don't remember it.
How long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
This started off as a Half-Life 2 mod. Then it got the HD re-release, which was its own game, and now here it is on console. Oh, by the way, Alex Hirsch is in this game now, in this version. Also, I found out how to get the new content. We're gonna have to do the normal ending, and then there will be, because it all depends actually on one of the questions you answer in the beginning.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright. And crouch. I'm still relearning stuff. It's gonna be really funny, one of the things I do.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yes.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
I'm a
to the
hacker,
meeting
man.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I don't know if you know what happens, but there is something for falling down there. I'm not gonna do it because it's boring, and I want to get to the new content. I believe store 460 something. I think it's 426 that gets replaced with a new content door. Which means, yeah, so there's new content, pretty much. Which means we'll likely get into that hallway back there, finally. Which is something from the original game. You know, the original game always, like, I think there is a no-clip command in the original. Also, hell yeah, but, that's not the right plant to be going in front of this door.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
You know, you gotta try to get
it advanced the story in any way.
420, right? What does this say? Knowing your city. Alright, oh yeah, by the way, oh wait, where's the on computers as well? We gotta turn this off. It's like a thing. It's not gonna do much, but be my Valentine. Bro, it's almost May. I hate Mondays. But 417, but interesting one at all. Alright, let's just do the Stranding first. We can take some liberties with it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't remember if this choice actually trades into the ending, because there's like one thing that you could do here. I'm gonna follow in directions, I'm a good boy. I know, by the way, I know what happens, like I said. So basically, if you say that you've played the game before, when the game first asks you, you only have to get the one ending. Anyway, but if you answer no, you have to get all, like, a certain amount of the original endings, which I'm going to do on stream anyway, but I want the new content to be there as an option.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Talk
of
less.
disbelief,
Smile
Stanley
more.
decided to go
Don't
out to
let
his
them
boss's
know what
office,
you're
hoping he
against or
might
what
find an
you're
answer
for. Oh,
there.
damn, I was going to make a joke of the other two. Alright, whatever. To do. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market trade. Monetize free to play. Oh no. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Anyway, yeah, my sister's talking very loudly on the phone while I'm trying to stream. So, broom closet. Unplug the door. I'm the door lord. No.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
No, that's not
to his
lol.
boss's
That's
office.
bad. This place has a different design, I think, in the original game. Not different from this. It has two different designs it can be, I believe. And I believe that's true for this as well, since this is a remake.
Stepping into his manager's office,
It's pretty much
Stanley
a
was
sequel.
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from
It all
him?
looks really good and
What
looking
he
better
could
on
not
PS5,
have
I bet.
known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Eh?
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Did I? I didn't see where it is. It's fine, like, put the security breach music over this. Not security, sister location. The sister location music over this.
Descending deeper into the
Or the
building,
help wanted done
Stanley
repair.
realized
I'll accept
he felt
both.
a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of
I
emotion
think it's
in
the
his
same though,
chest,
so whatever.
as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Man, my
What did he
job is
feel this
stupid.
now,
I'm
when for
kidding.
years it had never occurred to
I
him?
don't
This
have a
question
job
would
at the
not go
current
unanswered for
moment.
long.
Necessarily, technically, I'm
Stanley
not
walked straight ahead through the
working
large
there
door
yet,
that read
technically.
Mind Control Facility.
Escape? Ah, must be Italian. Star Wars. So no, I don't hate my job. I've done like
rose
one
on an enormous
thing there
room
and it's...
packed with television screens.
I could.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
I could jump.
Stanley thought
I'm not
to
gonna.
himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
But I wonder what happens if you do. So we have to come back here and test that later.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Oh,
their true nature
shit.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
You hate
Stanley's
your job.
co-workers.
I didn't even know you
lives
had a
of
job.
So many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There's 247 right there.
This mind control facility
247's
was
right
too
there.
horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Buttons!
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
Remember
Working,
the fake
working,
update
all of it
trailer?
monitored and commanded
Fake
from this
sequel
very
update trailer
place.
thing?
And as the cold reality of his
Pretty
past
funny.
began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
People still think there's a way to
For
stop the
he
explosion sequence.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
But these buttons do nothing. And they never did. Now there's an ending of this game that lets you go into Minecraft. I shit you not. So what I think would be really funny for the videos would be if I do that ending, and then instead of going to Minecraft, I go into Minecraft in the game for a few seconds. No, instead of going to Minecraft in the game, I go straight Foxes and Pay. Like, how fucking funny would that
When
be?
at last he found the source.
Turn the power off. I don't mean to hear the narrator. I'm not stupid. Mind control bad. I wonder if they name the endings on this.
And a rising chill of uncertainty.
Reminds me of Portal.
Was it over?
This part. Right here, which is appropriate because it's based off of Half-Life 2 mod. Oh my god, the unfinished ending!
He had won.
Oh, that's a fun one! I'm never gonna do it though. The one where you have to save the baby from the fire, I'm not doing that for like 10 hours. Someone actually has.
Moments away. And yet,
Play this game for a whole
even as
Tuesday
the
is fun.
immense door slowly opened,
I might do that sometime. I
Stanley
might do like a full
reflected
day.
on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
I wonder if
How
it's like
had he
in a
been
row, or
free
do you
from
just
the
have to play the
machine's
game for
grasp?
24 hours total?
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight
Or did they
streamed
change
into
this
the
image?
chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he
I wonder if they
had been
expanded
seeking.
this ending as well.
But
I'm not sure yet.
happiness. Perhaps his goal
I remember
had
doing
not
this one on
been
my
to understand,
PC though,
but
because
to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
at least I can go.
It was perhaps
Explosive.
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Is this
The
all on the
feeling of
original, or is
liberation,
this
the
updated?
immense possibility
Every
of
ending
the
got an
new
update
path
as well.
before him.
Like probably
This
new
was exactly
games.
the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Like the game ending probably got expanded or replaced in the probably. Cool, got to beat the game trophy. Up there, complete the Stanley Parable. 36% done. It's not just for that trophy, there's a few more. Alright, now it's very interesting here. Alright, is everyone ready for this?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
See a door? I may have done that wrong, we might have to do it again. Labeled new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm 100% sure I said that I
Yet there
played
was
the
not a
game before.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Don't even open the
boss's
broom
office,
closet, don't get
hoping
near
he
it.
might find an coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Speed run
boss's
strat
office.
this shit.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What
I'm
could
looking it up.
mean?
So I looked it up before on how to do it.
To
How
nobody.
to access the content, not any of the endings, I promise.
Desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an...
Alright, actually, I just remembered what else the article said. It said, even though I was looking at it, I couldn't find the article, but it said you might have to wait 2 or 3 more loops. So, let's go ahead and do 2 or 3 more loops, huh? How's that sound, everybody?
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
You
Perhaps he
know.
simply missed a memo.
Doop, 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 doop. So this door will be the new content door. So we'll be going into that hallway instead. Ain't that fun, everybody? Let's disobey. Fuck the establishment.
Direct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly.
I'm going to the meeting room.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge.
I want to get the
first,
adventure line
just
ending,
to
because that one's just funny.
Yes,
Chilling in
truly
here, man.
admiring.
I think the new content includes the ability to jump,
Eager to get back to business,
if I remember
took the
correctly,
first open door on
which
his
will make
left.
this a lot more fun. Fuck the establishment, and
Stanley was
you,
so tired of following
narrator.
direction.
Oh my god, wait, oh my god, guys, we could do a Foxy and Gino video on this and bring back the narrator.
It's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
I'm gaming Gino right now, and I'm saying Stanley Parable review narrator with periods in between, refusing to elaborate. Okay, hold on a minute. All he did was not texting him the rest of the explanation.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Fuck the establishment.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Yeah, in a word, yes.
This, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
2B2T door. 2B2T door. Where is it? 2B2B2 but 2B2.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
No.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck you.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck you.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right,
This would be really
fine,
funny
go
if you were
ahead,
colorblind.
Stanley. You want to know, so...
Like, and you got all the arrows. But that's okay, because they fixed it. If you look in the settings right here, you'll see translation labels, which I guess is for other languages. Color labels, which if you'll turn that on,
there, you want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've
put a label on the door that says blue.
chosen. Well, don't let me stop you.
So they fixed it, but I imagine being colorblind would make that ending. Like, if you're a colorblind streamer and you did that ending, I think you could get a laugh out of that. Definitely.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't
Fuck.
even finished building this section of
Fuck,
the
I
map
did it.
because you were never
Accidentally.
supposed to be here in the first place.
Was there for
Broken
8
rooms,
hours of
exposed
tapping a
rocky textures.
baby?
Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do not
Yeah.
think I put a lot of time into that, because I did.
8 hours
And in
of
the end,
tapping
it
a
was all for
button.
nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these
And
strange,
twerking.
unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see?
Come.
Vehicles? Skill trees?
I want to see
Work
cum.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Why don't you get these
Tell you
nuts?
what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay, we can make a deal like that.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this
5. I got to say fuck the establishment.
The game benefited from allowing you more choices. Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. 3. A 3. Really?
Yeah.
Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
Oh, fuck you.
Critical thinking or engagement.
I said 3 because it was mid.
Does that sound good?
Middle of the line.
Yes? Wonderful.
Yes.
Here,
Fuck you.
Based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
I think this is the ending that lets us play Minecraft.
Now, would you say that competitive leader...
Please tell me this is going to show my PSN friends.
...to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
It's going to say me. It's going to say my... Stanley 427. It should say your PSN name. Oh, fuck you, narrator. Trap me in here. Either this is a glitch or I just got trapped. We just got fucking... what's it called? They revived on Quibi. Punked, I think. They revived on Quibi just for it to fail. Like anything else that happened on Quibi. Okay, if I can't get through the door, we have to go through all that again, which really sucks, but whatever. Okay, we're doing it, though. We're gonna do it. We're gonna disobey. Fuck the establishment. I don't know how that one ending will work, because it's literally designed for keyboards, but, you know.
Stanley decided to go
press
to the
buttons.
meeting room. Perhaps he had
Oh my god, wait, it's a good excuse to test out the content warnings, though.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
This is the correct way to my heart,
well.
Mr. Narrator.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Stop by these nuts.
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager
I want
to get
play
back to
Minecraft.
business, Stanley took the first open door.
I'm gonna play Minecraft. I should do a Minecraft stream, but I try to just play in the Stanley Parable and see how long I can stay in that area.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Jumping off the cargo lift.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
You just gave me an idea.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Don't be on the
I realize that
phone.
investing your trust in someone else
Hey,
can be
hey,
difficult.
no, we
but
gotta
the
fucking make the
fact
jump,
is
though,
that
so
the
let's go the way
story
up.
has been about nothing but you.
No, I don't think I can make it that far.
There's someone
Fuck
you'd be...
you.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration
fuck
for
you.
others?
I'm gonna...
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I
Be a
really
better
do
person.
want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Show
let
me
prove
your...
it.
No,
Let
actually,
me
I shouldn't
prove
say
that
that.
I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I see. You're matrixing me right now.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley.
But yeah, that
You
section
wanna
would be
know
very
so
interesting
badly
if
what's
you
out
were
there? You want
red-blue
to find out
colorblind.
what lies at the end of this road?
My
you've chosen?
science
Well,
teacher
don't let me
can't
stop
see the
you.
color green.
You see?
My favorite color is green.
I haven't even finished
We
building
were
this
doing a
section
lab
for now,
today that
because you were
involved
never supposed
balloons
to
of
be here in the
colors.
first
Green was
place.
one of them.
Broken rooms,
So that was
exposed
funny.
protection.
He was like,
Is this what
so, you know, he
wanted?
asked us what color we
Was it
want. I
worth
said green.
reading the entire story I'd written out
You know, because no one else in the
specifically
group
for you? Do
said
not think
anything,
put
so
a lot
I
of
did.
time into that, because
I don't think
did.
everyone
And in
else
the
was like,
end, it was
okay, I
all
don't
for
care.
nothing.
So I was
because
just like,
this
all right,
is what you
fine.
wanted to
Yeah,
see.
I'll pick.
Help me here, Stanley. Help
And
elucidate the
basically,
strange and
that
unknowable
was very funny
desires
because
of
he was
the
holding
lords.
2
Well,
balloons
you
in his
know
hand,
this game better.
and they
What did
were
you
both
want to see?
green.
Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me
Whoppa.
take a stab in the dark at a new design and
Whoppa.
you can give me some feedback.
Whop.
There we go. A third option. This
Woohoo!
already feels leaps ahead
Let's
of where we
go.
were
I wonder if
before.
they did
Go
change the
ahead,
games in
Stanley.
the ending,
Take
or
it
at
for a
least, like,
spin.
updated them. Maybe you can access the inventory in Minecraft now.
Okay, I'm going to
I
stop
give
you
this a
there.
5.
Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game
I'm gonna give it a
benefited from
5 this
allowing you
time.
more choices? Feel free to be
Because
honest.
I
I'm
like my
looking for some
choices.
real
I like having
critical
more
feedback
choices.
here.
You can't please everyone, but you can
Aha!
please me
You
very
see, I
easily with
knew I was onto
hats.
something. Where
Add
do these
hats.
flashes of inspiration come
Add
from?
hats and
How
I'll
did
play.
I know the game needed a third
The
door?
game needs hats.
Well,
Add
it's
hats.
instinct
Don't even
mostly,
need to see
a
them. Just give
calling
me
in
a
your
hat.
gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except
Like,
that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try.
oh,
Here,
narrator's getting
based on the
sexy
data
with
from your
us
previous
now.
playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a
Don't
look.
even try, Stanley. There we
Now,
go.
would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Hell yeah,
Again,
I love
honest
competing.
answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of the
Better
new
than
game
everyone
I've been
else.
working on, and now would
Fuck
be
you.
a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
The end is never the end.
In this game, the
Oh shit,
baby
it's the
crawls
baby game!
left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family
This
life.
game lasts for
I
8
think
hours, by
the
the way.
art world will really take notice.
We'll play it for
But
like
of
5
course,
minutes
the
and that'll
message
happen.
of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you
Maybe
give
it's
it
4
4 hours
hours.
of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
That turbo sound is enough to make me want the baby to burn. Can we get a less terrible sound in here, Mr. Narrator? Your game is terrible. Is this how Deluxe makes music? By pressing the fucking Stanley Parable button, and then just putting it through a shit ton of filters, and that's how you get Deluxe. I don't know, man. Get a little bit of fire. As you all know, we tenderly roast the baby, so it is perfectly fine to eat later. Let me close my eyes. Hey, Mr. Narrator, you want to add something interesting, or am I going to do this for another 4 hours? I'm done. I'm done. He's not going to add anything for like another hour.
You heartless bastard.
I
Did
tried!
you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if
Both!
it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Minecraft?
I'm not even
Minecraft.
going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for
It's
playing. Your
over,
input was
isn't
extremely
it?
valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain?
Yeah, let's see what other games are here now.
We have here...
Let's see if it changed.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I know the Orange Box used to be on PS3, apparently, I heard. So, Whoa! Alright, we're starting off with a new one! This is, I believe this is Firewatch, actually, which was not out in 2013. Hold on a minute. Hey, PlayStation. Hey, PlayStation. Hey, PlayStation. Okay, PlayStation. Oh yeah, I basically have Siri on my PlayStation now. I didn't know I could do that. But yeah, I believe it went Portal, then Minecraft. Although that might be the only two games I recognized from that. Hopefully, they didn't replace the games, but made this section longer, because I feel like this section definitely could have benefited with a bit more snide commentary, especially since, you know, you didn't have to put this section back in. Anyway, I really hope they kept the old games though, because it was really fun to play through some of those older ones. Because it was like little snippets of the section, like not even a minute long for most of them. So having like I think it only had like 3, which sucks because like that kind of thing has so much more potential than and you just used it on 3. Which is actually a deep and meaningful commentary on how Valve can't count. Nothing to say that I am or am not, actually, so let's not go around playing that card. Let's not get personal about that kind of stuff. That's a bit, an obvious boundary there. Love it when do that. Love it when they do that. Love it when streamers, say their boundaries. You know, point it out, make it clear. Because, like, you know, it's good. It's good. It really does help strengthen the relationship between streamer and audience. So,
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about?
This might actually have been in the original one.
What is our motivation? Well,
I
it
don't
seems obvious
know.
to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
No. This is definitely new, because I would have remembered the line fucking creep tower. I'll go check what the chat said on my phone. But, don't expect me to do that too often. Alright. Don't excuse the... If I could hear, I don't...
Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it.
I love
What
it when
a
Firewatch
fascinating
exists.
venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
That was the Minecraft sound! And that's called irony! Saw someone with that pin, the pin of that on. That's like the conservative flag these days at the fucking movie theater. When I was seeing Sonic 2. That was a bit of an uncomfortable interaction. Because it wasn't just anyone, it was the person working the fucking concession stand. So I had to actively interact with this person.
No, it can't be.
It's another walking simulator?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a
Also,
close
Jonesy
call.
Lane. Oh my god, if we get to go into Fortnite, please! That'd be so fun!
That thing, that big open, just wandering
Anyway,
around. No
it just
right
made me
or
really
wrong
uncomfortable.
directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any...
Because of the connotations that usually come with that political ideology.
Okay, I'm going to get
That's
us
my
out of here.
personal
Let's
identity.
find another game. Preferably
They don't
something
tend to
with
go
walls.
together well.
Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Fortnite has a lot of walls.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
I don't have this game, by the way. I don't have Firewatch. I haven't played Ice Salt Bitch. It's okay. Whoa! Oh my god! 2 new games here. Okay, we got fucking Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
You gotta
Just
clip
a
this
nice
shit.
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get
I'm a
lost
Rocket
here.
League boy.
Now this
I've played this game
is
once.
game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Where am I? Let me kick the ball.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yes.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
Let's play
fun.
sports ball.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must.
I can go with
Okay,
that.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yes. Oh my god, please let me do the score thing. I feel just like a car.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought.
Yeah.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Yes,
I can
multiple
jump
balls
around
do lead to
with a
euphoria.
ball. Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have...
I really want this to still go into Portal in Minecraft, because that's iconic. But I wouldn't mind it dropping us into Fortnite and like Bendy or something. You know, maybe even FNAF, since we're in Rocket League, and this definitely doesn't line up the gameplay of Rocket League. Yes! This should be a mode in Rocket League. They should add this. I want to play Rocket League with 500 balls on the field. Maybe then we'll actually score something instead of Liam doing all the work. I'm just sad that they...
Hold on. What are you doing?
I fell. I fell.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
We only got to go through 2 games, so it might have just originally been Minecraft and Portal. Well, you know what I was really hoping for? I was really hoping that this would have been Portal 2, because that would have made it, like, interesting. Put me in more games! What the fuck is this? I want to go through more games. I want to go in Minecraft again. I want to go in Fortnite. I want to go in fucking Security Breach, which probably wouldn't be as easy to get the rights to. But you could have put me in the FNAF 1 office, or at least a parody of it. Fucking... Put me in Five Nights at Freddy's. Put me right up Freddy's... No, don't put me up there. Is this from another game? I'm glad I was able to recognize the 2 games that were there, though. I'm walking into a door there. How about that? Anyone see that? Is that FNAF reference in there? Is this the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's? Gina would have loved it if you got to go into Kingdom Hearts. But, Is that FNAF? Is that the FNAF at Freddy's in there? Is that the Five Nights? Are there 5 nights in there? I don't know. I don't see it. I just see black and white CRTs, so I have to assume. So I just have to make assumptions. Oh shit, alright.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story...
I want my own story where I get to go into more games. I want to game hop some more, bro.
With his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it, he'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Holy shit, guys, the Imagine's gonna fight Captain Marvel in the new comics. And it seems like she might come close to winning. So... yeah.
Why was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more...
The new content door! But we're not going in there yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors...
Let's obey and then continue... I mean, disobey, but then continue disobeying and then obey.
Perhaps he wanted to
What, you missed? You missed me talking about how I wish we went to FNAF, I think.
The lounge was sublime. A work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the...
There's another disobeying path in here, so we'll go down that one later. Wait, let's go down the red door path as well. Well, no, I want to see how this one goes first. There's a lot of like places that split off, pretty much. You can fall off here and die, but I don't want to do that yet.
I realize that
not ready.
Your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is
Speed run.
The story has been about nothing but you. What? Really?
Speed run.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration
the pace
for
is
others?
boring every stop on the trail was left for dead as a legend around us spread. Who's the fire
I do want to help you, to show you something
ahead.
Look,
push fate to its limit.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
The weather
Now
is so
listen
much
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Speed run, save a family.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Oh, fuck
Don't you
off.
see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking
Drugs.
for?
When do we want it? Maybe later.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful. Isn't
Oh,
it?
it's so
If we
pretty.
just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I
Oh,
actually feel happy.
pretty colors.
No, wait.
Okay, everyone, top left.
Where are you going?
Content warning, this section contains suicidal schemes. Hold X to skip and complete this ending. So, content warning here for, I guess, suicidal themes. This is what I was worried about. This is... Oh, no, I know exactly why, too.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
I know I'm not
Please, Stanley, think
talk
about
for
what
other
you're
people's
doing.
trauma, but, like... I don't think this one's too bad. Because this game gets a lot worse with this kind of shit. I was much more concerned about the wipe ending, honestly.
What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me.
I'm just saying this is like aim for
before.
what this
If
game
you
can
die,
actually
we'll
do.
both go back. Why are you doing
And I
this?
wonder if it gets worse in the new content, or if they kind of strayed away from this kind of stuff.
Let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
I'd love to go back to the other room,
Would you
but
throw
I'm too
yourself
far
on
in,
this
man.
platform over and over to be
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing the
You're
skip
literally
thing.
willing to kill yourself to
I'm
keep
going to
me
have
from
my
going
own warnings
You're
when
in a
these
situation
videos come out,
correct.
because I feel like the game is vague about it, which is good as to not spoil it. But
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
I would be getting a kick out of it, but my legs are broken.
but I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you
I
wanted
gotta
to
start
make a
writing down my
choice
best
after
jokes
all.
in this.
Well, this one is yours.
The narrator has given up. You ever see Groundhog Day? It's a good movie. Also about time loop.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Take me back in time to love you. Hold me closer than before. Okay, cool. We did
All
it.
of his co-workers
We got new
were gone.
content as well,
What
but
could
I
it
wanna
be? Stanley decided
do
to go to
shit
the
like
meeting
there's a
room.
museum
Perhaps
ending,
he'd
which is
see
gonna be
Miss
pretty cool to
Glimmer.
look at, because it contains a bunch of random bullshit. Random bullshit, go! Moon Knight meme. I don't know if it made it in the show yet. I don't know if the random bullshit goes in the feature. Where the fuck am I?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Yeah,
books,
this
this
game does have a bit of a
meeting room,
randomizer on
and
it
Stanley
sometimes.
knew it perfectly well.
Pretty cool.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business,
Stanley
took the
decided
first
to
open
come up
door
your
on his
at
left.
now. It's not 8 p.m. yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible
We
he wasn't
can't
5
get
years
turned
ago.
on by the narrator. But he's so cool.
Look, Stanley, I think
Good
perhaps we've
choice.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
My wife.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
So this is the one I was worried about the
Asking
content
for
warning
me?
for.
I'm asking for
More concerned, be kind of concerned if there wasn't one. I don't remember specifically, but I believe this ending ends with you doing the same thing we did in the last ending, but a lot more explicit about it. Not, you don't see anything,
your
but
chance to redeem
it's a lot
yourself,
more
to put your work aside,
less.
to
It's a lot
let her
less.
back into your life.
I don't think lighthearted is the
She's
right
been waiting.
way to phrase it, but it's a lot
That's her,
less
Stanley.
okay.
You
I
need
got
to be
not
the
okay.
one to do this. To
It's a lot
reach out
less
to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then
not.
pick up the phone.
I don't want to call it a joke either. But this one's a lot more serious about it, I guess. So yes, this gets dark. Dark. I was
Stanley, is
surprised.
that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and
Shoved up my ass. No.
Gotcha.
You bitch!
Come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
You're right, no, I have a
Who would
loving
connect their
husband.
life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
This is not the one I was thinking of. No, it definitely
This
is.
a very
And you have to
sad
come back for
story
it.
about the death of a man named Stanley.
Here we go. Oh, I see what they did here. Yeah, this one's gonna get a lot darker. In a minute. There's no content warning for this one.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Suck my dick.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
Nom.
Now he's going home.
Bye.
Now he's coming back to work.
Well.
One might even feel sorry for him,
No.
except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures.
Titties.
From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions
Titties.
into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
Titties.
It was wonderful.
Titties.
And each day that he returned to work
Titties.
was a reminder
Let's
that
replace
none
them
of
right
it would
there.
ever happen to him.
Titties.
and so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press triangle, spend time with the boys! Get them up on the call, everybody!
Imagine that he came to two
Spending time with the boys!
and that he could go through either. At last,
They're all busy.
choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful.
This ending, it's not as dark as I remember it getting.
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
there we go.
He began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press X to tell your kid to start.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Tell your wife you love her.
But there
titties.
Is no answer. How could there possibly be?
I love her titties.
In reality,
I'm making myself look like a terrible person.
Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but
You're
an
slowly
observer.
killing yourself by
But
pressing
as long as
these
he
buttons.
remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me.
Dark, but
Won't stop.
I remember this being a bit darker
Watch
than this.
Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
The clock ticking is what makes you want to do it, because it gets so annoying.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see?
This is dark.
How can I make him look at himself?
This is like more...
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules.
I guess this one isn't worth a content warning? I don't get it. You can't play fast and loose with these rules, people. I want to know.
Once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
It says, please die. I don't know. I just remember that one being a lot darker about it. That might be the exact same as it's always been, and I might just have been remembering it wrong. I just remember something a lot darker. Is that 18 endings in, like, the original game as well? Or, sorry, but when I say original game, I'm talking about Stanley Parable HD, which is, I believe, the only standalone release. The original release was the Half-Life mod.
Open doors. This was not the correct way.
We've got quite a few of them. I wish there was a chart that showed us which ones you got.
Perhaps he wanted
like, it just lists what you have gotten, not every ending, just the ones that you got.
Butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
first let's continue down this path. There's about like 3 endings per path at least instead of 2.
He wasn't fired years ago.
Want to go down here?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
That's a $5,000
Good
fine.
job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
How do I get to the line
Stanley
path?
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nah, fuck you. Oh, and also there's another ending on the left path that I didn't even do yet, because of the stairs.
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
I did do it before.
He wanted to wander about and get
Not before my last
even
reset,
further
though,
off
so.
track. So now, in order to
And yeah,
get back,
before my
he
last
needed to
reset.
go, from here, it's, left.
I don't think I have a choice.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Fuck off.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Bruh.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yeah.
No.
What?
This isn't
What did I
right
do
at
wrong?
all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far up.
Adventure line ending!
From the top.
Adventure line ending! I love that. I'm gonna do it again.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
This one's a bit longer,
Stanley
though. I
decided
think it's
to go
actually
to
longer than the
meeting.
original ending.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, you can tell because there's no new content door on this.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
So it's not the real one.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. Was
Yeah.
right here just a minute ago.
I wonder if the
I'm
new
not
voice
sure
lines
I've
sound
seen a
different. They don't,
summary.
because,
Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. Bum-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Oh, this story's really fucking lost, and so am I. I'll just swing around here. Any story here?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was
this
a
the
story
back
here
rooms?
before. Do we just...
Holy shit, this is the back rooms, I just realized.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to
going
be
this way.
better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Listen, this game takes place in the back rooms, and I don't care what you have to say about that. It's true.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yep, again.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong.
I'm still really bummed that they removed the Minecraft and Portal section, but I'm glad that Firewatch and Rocket League replaced them, because at least I recognize those
the story
skins.
is back where we just
Stop eating paint!
Why don't we go back the other direction?
I don't know what my duty of care is in this situation, but stop eating paint. My duty of care in this situation is to tell you to stop eating paint, I guess. So stop it. I don't think there's more I can do.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Frederick von Fazbaren.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
Well, I'll be honest. I
Is
don't
this the
really
story?
understand, but I fell
don't
down
think
this hill.
so.
Now I got glue on
I
my
can't
hands.
quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
You win. I know.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Stop eating paint.
All right,
Yeah!
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Team got its own theme song that we'll hear in a few minutes. Oh, you do get to explore this hallway? Forgot.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
I have a stream chat to do that. Cool. Stream chat.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Okay. As if the line is sentient, and even if it wasn't, the game fit.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Yeah, don't eat the paint, and I'm really tired of this whole eating the paint bit.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
fucking
intelligent people, right?
Sunday.
Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path.
I'm not supposed to be on your side about fucking eating
What do you
paint.
want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I'm really getting tired of this whole fucking paint bit, okay?
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't.
I want to do the confusion ending. It actually sounds really fun.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
The bookstore one sounds really fun.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey.
Grab the destination, leave it.
Life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Alright, here we go, and then we're gonna
go. Gone. What could
it
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had.
I don't think the confusion ending actually exists. I'm pretty sure. Let's be a good boy. Let's go obey now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Couple things to do here.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, not fucking doggos. Do not talk to them. Do not fucking... Hold on a second.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sounding's really boring in a minute.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered
this section contains themes of mental illness.
Admitting he had left
I don't even know if this one really needs content warning as much.
And in such a competitive economy,
for my video,
taken that risk. All because he believed everyone.
I think the issue is it gets very existential, but the good news is you can skip it.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment.
We're going to stand here for the rest of this ending. Everyone enjoy standing
in logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Okay, yes, this one does get bit.
He would prove it.
Existential.
He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. My apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Everything is normal.
I am okay.
Nope!
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley.
Ah.
I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
That's good.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knew what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Alright, this is the story of
All of
a
his
man
coworkers were
named
gone.
after your
What
mother.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I apologize to the 5 people out there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fuck yeah, let me in the executive bathroom. Oh, fuck yeah, I can actually go in the executive bathroom. Got a feeling. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course, so that's a lovely purse. Time magazine, and then extreme bathrooms. Oh, I'm a vampire! Alright, let's not fucking around with the executive bathroom. No, it's not, but whatever. Business strategy. Why is it shooting a panda? The fuck? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is new, isn't it? Oh yes, elevator music. We're almost done yet. Is the elevator just here to elevate? Okay. Now I don't have to do that in a video. Because I got it out, all out here. Part why I want to stream this game
The moment
first.
he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, so we have two endings that go this way. By the way, we're gonna do the yes ending first, and then we're gonna do the museum ending because the museum was is a very good way to bookend the first part of the game.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! Back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it.
Ooh, guys, new content alert.
You're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Yes.
Always more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
We put on Spotify right now.
3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay, so there's actually, the music is actually on Spotify as well. But not this one! So that sucks. Anyway, guys, good job, we did it. Good job, we did it. Exactly, absolute banger! Added to Spotify, I'm calling for the Ultra Deluxe music to be released. After, like, you update the game again, it had more content if you're going to do it. So I would much prefer
this was not the correct
it
way to the
if
meeting room,
the game was fully
and Stanley
finished
perfectly well.
and
Perhaps
packaged
he
and
wanted to
done.
stop by the employee
If
lounge first,
oh, you know, it'd be really cool is if the video games that you play through in the one in the disobeying ending were randomized completely.
the lounge.
Be fun.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I don't know if there's like a speedrun
And so
strat to
he
this game, but there
detoured
probably
through
is.
the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Not a speedrun to get a ending, a speedrun to get
Yet
the
there was
ending.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I feel like my sensitivity could be raised a tiny bit. Can I do that? Yeah, stick to a 6. No. Let's keep the spirit of the original game alive, no matter how pain in the ass it is.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
I like how it does that, just because, like, speed it up. So that's a speedrun strat, too, is by beating the game a couple of times first. A couple of what? Anyway.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
They watch them the fuck they will.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it.
Oh, the fire
He
screen
couldn't
as well.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here's the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored
We'll get to
and
explain this room in a
commanded
minute.
from this
We
very
won't have
place.
long.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Now this
For
game's been
he
out for
would dismantle the
over
controls
7 years
once
now.
and for
Not this
all.
version.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Please do.
These
Thank
are
you.
precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that time timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off. I mean, look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your friend?
I think there is a way to do this.
Let it go peacefully.
In this version.
Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Accurate version of being in the center of a nuclear blast, I'd assume. You know? Oh shoot, the new Fortnite Soundwave Series LTM's out now. I really enjoy those. Because...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Because, pretty much, they always help me find new artists. It's very fun. We ended up going through all the endings.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet
Game
there
can
was
get a
not
bit annoying with the
single
repetition,
person
but
here
it's fine.
either.
There's a broom closet ending, but I'm way too lazy to get it.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Go do the
boss's
museum
office.
now.
Here's the door, just go.
Thank you. I am going to an event tomorrow and my first hour on the job on Sunday, so... Alright. What's the event? It's
Stanley
my
walked
baby
straight ahead
cousin's
through the large
communion.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
And okay, give me a minute here. I remember when she was like a little tiny baby and I would not touch her because I thought babies were diseased. I still carry that opinion, but whatever. You know, I wouldn't even get like near her at first. And now we're like best friends. How old is... I don't know how old she is. I'm not gonna say it on stream though, but it's her communion tomorrow, and that's cool.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No, I'm just kidding. Let's keep
The
going.
door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he
Is there a
reflected that
portal?
his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Yay, Muzame!
Every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance. Death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So to open doors is the very first concrete piece of Stanley Parable's design. Once the room is created, the rest of the game emerges to an extent of it. Exploration, position in the room. Office layout. The blueprint shows the office room beginning of the game, the path to Stanley's office, and the two doors for the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered through development. Third, the core layout remains almost identical with the first iteration. Quite cool to see the behind the scenes of this stuff, you know. Office computers. I guess the buttons. Keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. I can see it, yeah. Ooh, what's this? A cubicle? Nice, nice, nice. Doors. Can't open any of them. Credits. Is this for the original or is this for the new one? Because I don't think they've... Yeah. See if it's for the original. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable team. Additional voice work. Okay, yeah, this is from the original. Because Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Falls, I'm pretty sure it's him at least. I don't know if it's spelled different. But Alex Hirsch is in this game. Pretty sure it's the guy. Maintenance room. Early version of the maintenance room. Pretty cool. I'm gonna go around this whole museum. Ultra Deluxe announcements. 2018. We announced the Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These screenshots of videos that made just give it a delay. Yeah, it got delayed a couple of years. It's been like almost, what is it, almost 5? Warzone. Early development would design an ending where Stanley would end up at a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would be sentient and rage war against the narrator. Very shortly after starting to build it, it was too hard, jokey, and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which is not our intention. Looks like a Roblox game, but like, I mean that as a compliment, I guess. I would have played that ending though. I actually would have enjoyed it, especially if it was making fun of people who like shooters, which I do. But you know, narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions, but we had to initially plan to use these further in promotional materials. We never found the perfect use in the curious section. Emails. Let's see what this gave me. For the max force, did you bargain with the musician to receive it? Wow, congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding that, going for all, here's the result of the hash file. Wow, Watch here, I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing humorously small badger and swim chunks. Yeah, I liked it as much as I like walking in the park, watching the sunset, and dare I say, pushing buttons. You can't read those all, but if you want to, you can buy the game. Lounge, an early version of Lounge. That's not me saying being an asshole, that's just me trying to promote the game. It's pretty cool. Second version functioning the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Staying or jumping, two different paths. The other version was able to go the option player following their death. That would have been very interesting. Eating room. Long the first two doors important to get right. Since players would be them so within its case simplest version is what we're about. One option, two options. Maintenance. One option again, but this time it's not from the lounge at all. And the vent. Vent would have been an interesting one, but I like the way it was done in the game. The ending motel. It was with the ending. We thought it was complete, but instead it been. Should have to launch. We had an ending that only ended with the player returned to the escape menu. Okay, so those were removed. Trailers. We can watch the trailers online, if you want to watch them. They're pretty fun trailers, if I remember correctly, which I promise I do. They were fun trailers. We'll go down that staircase and then we'll be done with this area and we'll find a way out. My room elevator. And the elevator room could go up or down with the freedom of above and count down below. We ran this when players found too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the surroundings together instead, which was a very good choice, by the way. Countdown room. Another version of the countdown room. Looking very cool. Looking very good. Freedom ending. This is in beta. I swear I remember the freedom ending a bit different.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yeah, I kind of remember that one. I know it was through that room, so... Boss's office. Screens for development of the boss's office. I swear I got this green variation of it in the game. So, ooh, they'll staircase over here.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? And finally, he pushed the number 9. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. Well, it's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy. Push the number 4.
So those are some outtakes. Very cool to hear. Underground. An early version of the underground portions of the game. Yeah, it's a very fun game, by the way, guys, so I really do recommend picking it up. It's all about choice. I mean, we've seen it already. It's all about the choices we make, and how much we want to fucking fuck with the narrator. Or fuck the narrator. You know, some people want to fuck the narrator, and that's fine. His voice is incredibly sexy. Okay, I think I just reset the lighting. I think we're good. That's fine, that's valid, honestly. Narrator? Sexy as hell. No, sexy as my voice, obviously. The inside markup. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer. A kind of addition piece. The strength of the level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment was changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Yeah. So we're here now. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office from 2011, 2012, and February. And 2013. It didn't change too much, I want to say. But definitely, it's more like the smaller details that changed. Alright. We're back to the beginning on this stuff now, so let's go ahead and check out what comes after this. This is a very fun ending. I like it.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Ooh.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other...
I 100% am sure that in the actual game, in the original, she says turn off your computer. I'm still deciding if it's too early to turn the lights on. No, because I don't want my light to die, but whatever, we'll do
way
it.
to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose...
Okay, here's the question. I'm streaming right now. What happens if I do turn it off? Okay, apparently though. Okay, guys. I just gotta look it up real quick. The museum ending, I think, is the one.
For you. Don't let...
It has to be restarted manually for this one. It said.
his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes. This is Stanley.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Alright.
And Stanley knew.
So we did it. We did it. We Stanley'd this shit up. You just got Stanley'd. This game's getting meta as fuck though right now.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
new content! Let's see how long this game has been so far. Right. Almost 2 hours.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
That's where 416 is. Am I? Going for a ride, everybody. Imagination. Imagine.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Is this Alex Hirsch?
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, but was that Alex Hirsch?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, people. Please. Give me the content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Give me the content. It's very actual new content, not sarcastic new content. I want the new content. I got all my jumps out.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah, there has to be.
Another elevator.
Because,
Stanley,
Firewatch and Rocket League replacing Portal in Minecraft isn't exactly a thing that is worth new content.
Is this what passes for exciting new content?
No.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base
Yes.
rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me
This game took
started
5
on the
years to come
level of
out.
craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact,
4
I'm
years.
looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality
It's
assurance
true.
department signed off on
It
this?
does.
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Let's do it! I'm opening
It's
my
my fault,
computer.
Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content.
I don't know who developed
It
this
could
game.
never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game? And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is.
If that was all the
really
new
about.
content, I'm gonna be
No
pissed.
frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time
If I reset
together
and I
like
can jump and
always.
that unlocks new content, that'd
What
be
do you
great.
say, friend?
Fuck. That's all new content. I will be. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I was gonna say I'm gonna be very disappointed. But this is anything but disappointing.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Among Us.
You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares? Oh, never mind. You're not a dork. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
I may have to go through the new content again, but that's the price. But that's the price to pay. I don't. Okay, cool. Stanley, go fuck yourself.
Stanley,
Hi.
come over here.
All right.
In the vent.
Okay.
I want to show you something.
What is it, Mr. Narrator? Is it your penis? Please don't take that out. I'm streaming. We still don't get the trauma.
You remember
content.
how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got
Yeah.
me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
This is like a Dark Souls reference or something, and I don't get it.
I call it the Memory Zone.
Oh.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life.
Is this going to be like the original 2013 version of the game?
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back
They
in
keep mentioning my
October
console, yay!
2014, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, 2013. Everything here is just gonna be like saying 2013 on it. One kiss, our first kiss, my first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. Is that a picture of the Memory Zone, or is that the Freedom ending, the original Freedom ending? It's the original Freedom ending. Which actually might be the original remake. What was it? Pressurized gas. Is that the joke because it was it was released on Steam? Good times. This would be really cool if this led to more and more stuff. The music of the Stanley Parable, a bit of music from the Stanley Parable. I actually just got that on Spotify on this stream. Oh my god, yes, I remember the YouTuber demo. I remember Game Grumps played it that one time. It was pretty cool. Don't play for 5 years. I tried getting that achievement before. Unachievable, it's impossible to get this achievement. You assholes. I mean, for the British Academy Awards. Pretty cool. New video game releasing today, creator surprisingly down to earth. Records goes from scandal to new crisis. Business leaders pushing election of council affiliates. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. My Parable deals tough choices. Los Angeles Times. New York Times. That one. I guess, of course, they can't.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
I have the Stanley Parable on PC I got for free through Epic Games.
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now...
Was it FNAF?
It's nothing. It's no games at all.
So it's funny, is that Stanley Parable was pretty much the obsession of 2013. 2014 had FNAF, because FNAF had 4 games released in like 1 year. That's pretty impressive. It's a lot of content to be coming out, you know? And then you also had the books were almost, like, 2015, maybe, I think Silver Eyes came out. So yeah, it went places. But I think the Stanley Parable lived out its life of being the obsession of the year.
Stanley Parable anymore.
But it might be, FNAF and Stanley Parable might together be the obsession of 2021, seeing if the Security Breach DLC gets released soon. 2022, sorry.
Now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Only an hour of content? Bro, I paid $25 for this. I'm not saying I want a refund because of that. I'm just curious if I can get a refund if I've finished the game already in, like, 1 day. Just because. But I'm not going to do that. Even if I could, it's not worth the money. I mean, yeah. The experience is worth way more than the money.
There's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Ooh, cool. I wonder if Polygon's on this.
Is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
The PS5 version says something different as well. I should have played this on PS5 for the stream and then record PS4 on the videos. But I didn't.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
You got called out!
I'm trying to be funny.
5 years later! I hope this person fucking sees this. Not my stream, this game. But I wouldn't mind you watching my stream either.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Yonk. Let's put it like that. There you go. Yonk. It's fucking yonk. Randomly. So the entire game just go yonk. That, like in the middle of like the darkest ending possible. Just yonk. Just out of nowhere. Fucking yonk. Just do it, you know? Be fun.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Oh.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, it was, man. It was. It got released on the Epic Game Store. That's saying something. You can upload any bullshit to Steam these days.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps...
After this, when we hop out of here, you know, because I still gotta make videos on the series, I think, just so that way I have something to release soon, besides Bioshock, but, Here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we hop on over to Fortnite after this? Take a little detour to Fortnite and we go to the Soundwave series and I'll do it with some fans. How's that sound? Everybody ready for that? Maybe so.
It's less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or
what if I record all the videos on this stream, actually? That'd be fun.
Maybe a manifesto.
Play with editing.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being,
you want me to skip again, but I'm not gonna.
Making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting
I'm also willing to sit for 4 hours and play the baby
a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given
muted,
your
obviously, because that sound was hard.
And yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of
I'm gonna listen to him ramble.
It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to
2
be
hours.
here all day. Okay, look, I have a
Hey, Zan, you still up?
this sort of situation, and I do
There you
find
are.
myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a faultless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go,
Yeah, manifesto's
and it's
fun.
all over.
Manifesto.
I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at
Oh,
least
they
change
fucking
some of
better.
the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
Yeah.
Merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Yeah, I was gonna sit here for that long.
Unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A port? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Yeah,
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing.
That $5 is not too bad for like 2 hours of content if I'm really enjoying the 2 hours, which I am. But I'm just saying, maybe $10, $15 would have been a better price. Want purse straps out of it? I don't know. Especially just for like a game this old.
Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome.
No offense to the devs, though. It's pretty fun. You got Alex Hirsch in here for some reason.
About everything we've been
I don't know. We'll see how long this new content is.
I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Yes, and I smell like shit now, so, you know.
To begin with, there is only regret.
Have I ever sat in one place for an entire fucking year? Dude, you remember 2020, right?
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunity.
This is horrific, okay. Oh, it's hurting my head.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires.
You should put me. I should have a small narrating part in the next game. That's my. It's been said, so now it has to happen, right, devs? Listen, come on, guys. Listen. Shoot me an email. Shoot me an email at foxy02017@gmail.com. I'll send you a private Gmail email to do better communication at, so someone gets spammed, or maybe we'll do that one. Okay. And, shoot me an email. I'll record the files. And a movie. A few lines. Okay.
The end.
Yes, Foxy02017 is my email. I thought you knew. Somehow 02016 was taken, but not the YouTube channel or anything else.
Never the end is 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 never.
Fuck you. Am I the real one? Yes, I'm the fucking real one. Well, are you the real trans then, huh? Yeah. How's that feel? Are we about to get into the fucking Star Portal too? I think you should shut up. I think I should get a skip button for you. Or for myself for you. Five Nights at Freddy's. Is this where I want to be? I just don't get it. What the fuck is this? I started playing that one game, I think it's called Journey. It looks like this, kinda. But it's like third person, and also... Yeah, I just signed up to fucking play Desert Bus. I think I'm playing fucking Desert Bus right now, man. Do not tell me that was the new content, all of the new content. I was like, not 30 minutes of content. Bye.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content? There we go.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Alex Hirsch.
I have something very exciting to show you.
Alex Hirsch. I want to ride this. I want to ride this ride on the Old Town Road. I'm gonna ride till I can't. No rides. Is this the same thing again where you gotta fucking loop it around? Okay. I got to jump 36
Stanley,
times.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes! Oh, fuck yes!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover.
Please tell me... Please tell me this is a real full-fledged sequel.
Full-fledged sequel.
Please.
An entirely new experience, built from
I'm begging! Listen, it's been almost 10 years, it's almost a decade since the original game released. And technically more than that, because the original game was a Half-Life 2 mod that then got its own standalone release as its own game over on Steam, Pressurized Gas. Alright? I think this deserves a new game. Besides, like, the file size. Not too big, but...
so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
It is! Please.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
There's better be more than just an announcement.
What does it even mean?
Although if it's not something, there better be an announcement.
2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New. Please tell me this is a real game. Please tell me this is real. It's been a decade since you've been gone. Color red. Leverage. That's failure. Program. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. Win more of the Stanley Parable. Nor the better the Stanley Parable. Nor the Stanley Parable, better the Stanley Parable. Win. Sequential mind share. 1, 2. Does that mean the third game cannot be as good, but still better than the first? Because I win. They're back. 2 doors. 2 doors, not 1. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Cool red section on the chart. Boring sections of the chart. Let's do it. I know I'm looking over this in like extra detail. Oh my god, guys, it's a Google Slides. It's quite literally a Google Slides. I use these.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Cool. I'm on the red fucking carpet here! Yes! Please. Woo! This bus. Content. Take a picture of me. Or take a picture with me, I know, I'm the best. Get the fucking red carpet treatment. I'd love to be at the premiere of the fucking game. If this is not really the Stanley Parable 2, please put me in the Stanley Parable 2. If this is the Stanley Parable 2, please put me in the third one. We all know that this has to be a trilogy. You promised it now. Anyway, I'm only half joking. I'm serious. I'm a small streamer. I will literally send in a voice cameo for free. It would be a fucking credit. Alright, you gotta do what you gotta do these days.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Hear your name in the game. Wait. Okay. Cool. I think the bucket thing is also from Stanley Parable, so I think it's actually in one of the endings, one that we actually missed, and also the museum thing does get changed.
I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Foxy?
Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
We'll say Foxy?
Let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience.
I'll be Jim for a minute.
Just play along. I promise you'll love
it. Okay, I'll be Jim for a minute.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim.
I'm going to the gym as Jim, but Jim doesn't go to the gym.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Okay.
Do you feel it deeply? Yes. Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Yes.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
You said my name?
Yes, you see.
Yes, no, I'm
what
kidding.
Thrill,
I'm not Jim.
That was you. The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Well, I'm back to being Foxy. I'm no longer Jim.
It hits even harder the second time.
I roleplayed as Jim for a minute for you, okay? I did your thing. I did your fucking thing.
It would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
To be more personally validating.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
No! We can no longer become Jim. I want to press those buttons. I want to press those buttons. I think the use of orange here is nice. I think the use of red here is also
I suppose
good.
I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilogue. Please, no screenshots. I'm taking a screenshot of this just cause. Fuck you. Taken. Here, I'm going down. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The new upgrade, ray traced mode of the same, but in a good way sequel. I could actually, just the quality would just around change. If this is the way that they announce it, please tell me. Not supposed to be it. Button that says the name of the player playing the game. Jump circle, infinity hole. Whoever receive a new trophy, no worse types, it just works. Okay.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
There's gotta be some way to get it, though. Because it's in the... There's a platinum for this game. Let me see what it's called, though. Real quick, let me check. Yeah, there's a platinum. People have actually done it. Only 14% of players have actually unlocked this one, though. But... only... Okay, I need to do the 430 thing again. But only 78 have beat the game so far. And the game's not... That trip's never hard to get. They just buy the game, follow directions.
What other exhibits have we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I thought we were supposed to. I really did think that we were supposed to. Infinite hole, it won't end. Settings world champion! Me. No. Champion. See, I did it. Oh, fuck, man. Of course, you gotta have a merch table. That's new. We'll get to that. I promise we'll get to it. Okay, I'm not gonna just leave it. Reassurance bucket! Wait, what's this? Office decorations. Oh, let's get the insurance bucket first.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
He said ass.
The bucket is the perfect solution.
Let the narrator say fuck.
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley
I would love
Parable.
to get rid of the bucket for a bit, though. I guess we just have a fucking bucket now.
Awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yeah, but you still wouldn't win it. Minecraft's buckets are pretty fucking enjoyable, man.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well. Get well someday just kind of sounds up my alley. Type of humor.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Oh, the step-niece one is pretty
12th
funny.
Birthday step-niece it is.
That is pretty funny. I'm not even gonna lie.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Free, new, and easy trophy. By the way, can you find them? Can you find them? Can you collect them all? Can you find them?
Ah, Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What the fuck? Okay, well there's 6 of them. So there's that going for us. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here because I don't wanna deal with that
shit. It really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely
I kind of like that, man.
Tragic.
I do like how they even designed a screen for a one-off joke, but that's probably right up their alley. Wait, anyway, we need to learn how to get that test achievement because I do want to plat this game. It shouldn't be too hard. Not only is it an enjoyable game, but it's also a very simple game. There's not really skill.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
There's a bottom to this
Okay,
hole.
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Not me.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we
Yeah, it's
both
okay,
said
man.
some things we didn't mean.
Yeah.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite?
That's
If
agreeable,
that
man.
works for you, then go
Yeah.
ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
A lot of people like
Normal
holes a
person
lot.
would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I
Yes.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean,
Yes.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Fuck.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
What the fuck?
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
No.
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
I'm sorry.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Fuck. Please tell me will bring me back to the Stanley Parable too. Fuck.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay, we've done this part. We can skip the infinite hole,
Yes,
I think.
you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
We don't want to grab the bucket yet.
This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure...
We've already
if
done
I
the
can
gym
loosely
button, so we've done
organize
most of the
a handful
shit.
of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th Birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Let's return to the hole. And let's hop down it, and then we'll do the same thing.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video game. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal, A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
holes.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Yeah, you're reading the narrator's life. Hopefully we'll be able to get there. Infinity hole entrance. Yeah, they really fucking trolled us on that one.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I might put my music on soon, but I don't think it matters because no one's watching. I'd like to get camera functionality back at some point. But I'm waiting for like the PS5 camera to come out to probably buy that. PSVR 2, I hope it doesn't work off the camera system
What other
specifically.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Just because,
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
no. No. Setting to World Champion I'd like to get to as well. Man, imagine if I became the big streamer who played this game first. Turns out everyone's fucking uploading their videos
Stanley
today.
Parable 2,
I wasn't able to get this time
What do
this on
players
time yet
really
because I need
want?
I need the
And
money
of
on my
course,
card and I
the
couldn't
first and most
fucking get it.
obvious answer is that they want to be individually
I was
recognized.
supposed to do
Sorry,
this
I should
tomorrow.
have
I mean
clarified.
yesterday.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really... All right, fine, whatever. It's
I
just
was
a
Jim
meaningless
now!
button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd
Jim.
only played along,
Jim.
that would have been
Jim.
your
Jim.
name, the button says.
Jim.
But no.
Jim.
Instead, oh, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim. 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 Jim.
You bastard, you killed Jim. You took away my Jim button.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Hooray for Sayings World Champion. Okay. I found out how to get this thing, and you have to play through the game again with the collectibles. But I don't reset every loop, which is good. And then we get the epilogue. Which will bring an end to our new content. I'll go listen to some fucking Elvis playing Fortnite. The epilogue is linear, by the way, but it also requires me to, like, hard restart the game, so that'll be, like, a new stream. But, guys, I'm actually in good favor with the game right now, because I actually set the time. Most people apparently don't, even though this game's only been out. But it doesn't even know if it's right, but...
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well,
I forgot to grab the bucket!
I mean, there's potential here, right?
Fuck.
It's sort of...
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
I gotta grab the bucket.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game.
Fuck it.
I wanted fans to love it. No matter how
can
good
still
these
do that.
gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Yes. We done it. Finally, this is what the game is. This is what the game actually is. Fun fucking facts. Bit Foxy. Let's see if this works, though. Let's see if it works, you know? Because if we do, I heard good things about the museum ending for this.
This is the story of
a man named Stanley. Stanley worked at an office.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee. All of his co-workers were gone. What
We haven't
could it
done that
mean?
one yet, but it's fun.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
Yes, give it to me!
Times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No.
Go, deja vu, I just been in this place. People are riding down the streets, and you know it's my time to go.
Now, suppose you were to kick the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Alright, by the way, guys, I need help finding floor 110. I don't know where it is.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Go.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. Door You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again. Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. I believe you said you had to do the freedom ending.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley.
I know where
Can you
one
feel
is.
it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I know where a few of the collectibles are, though.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only that is a lie. You are a liar. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful
I have a
figurines.
list. A list of all the trophies I've missed. I've missed a lot of trophies, and thus I'm fucking pissed. Oh, you can't always open that one, yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Shit. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Cause I gotta go do something, and then we're gonna get the ending. We're gonna get the epilogue. We're gonna earn it, though. We're gonna earn it with the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his
Alright, we gotta
co-workers.
re-get
He
a
never
lot of the
functioned
achievements
well
and all,
by
whatever.
himself. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
It'd be really nice if I did this
Stanley
all in one
clutched the
stream.
bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Okay, you can't get all of these in one run.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Alright, whatever, we'll have to circle back. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Alright, whatever. We don't even need the bucket for this one.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But Stanley had a feeling the bucket was sucking his dick.
Was simply the
Just a little bit.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I love
Stanley
this.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting
The
room.
museum even gets like a bucket retheme for this. It's pretty fun.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
He funny. Ooh, vent as well. Are we gonna be Among Us's today? Among Usy. I'm gonna have Gino play this game. I'm just gonna guide him through it.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things.
I'm gonna make him play it by himself.
Mini stands. Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another
Stanlerines.
Stanlerine under your belt.
There's only 3 that you can get in the same ending, so. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Narrator dialogue, narrator dialogue, narrator dialogue. Hello, I am the narrator. No, I'm kidding. Lore? Lore?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even
What the
know.
fuck is this?
I've lost track.
What the fuck is this?
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it.
Alright, I just gotta go down the narrator staircase as well.
Haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket...
The bucket is laced with trace amounts of crack cocaine!
Why everything feels so...
3 hours.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yeah.
This game was made by the Buppet, but
It's
what the fuck?
unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden
I've got a
ticket.
golden ticket. It's signed by the guy who played Mike TV.
Because as soon as this
That's why I have a
gets
picture of Mike
there's
TV
going to
on
be
my
a
wall.
target on my
It's
back.
signed.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
What is this line?
Caporata.
What is the lore of this game? Paul is dead. Paul is dead. Paul is dead. I'm sorry. By whispering that,
Wait,
I
Stanley
made
thought
myself
to
think of
himself.
fucking...
Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? Warmth spread through Stanley's eyes.
Of Flame
With the
King
bucket in his
after
arms again,
Flame
he
Princess
was
leaves the Flame
home.
Kingdom, just whispering in her ear, like constantly,
Stanley
evil, 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 evil. It's really fucking
Stanley had
funny.
felt the bucket calling
Because
to
he
him,
gets
telling
caught
him
on
that
multiple
the
occasions,
employee
and he
lounge was
just
simply the
keeps
place to be.
eviling.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Join
Yeah,
me.
good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
You have to
Stanley
replay
did
the
not
entire
question
game with a
why or how
bucket.
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which,
God fucking
if
damn, I
that's
can't take the
true,
bucket with
my
me.
goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't.
Watch
a
the Fern be
bucket.
the final boss of this game.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Completely new content thanks to the bucket. So this game's gonna get completely different due to the bucket. I love
Now
it.
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm
I
showing
have
you
to play
is
this
a
entire
bucket.
game with a bucket just
Simply
to
that,
get through
right?
it. I love
This
it.
should tell us everything we'll ever need to
We'll do
know
the museum
about
ending with
what
the bucket.
is
I know that one
or
for
is
sure.
Not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What the fuck?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
This is worth it. This is all worth it just for the fucking bucket.
Is this a bucket?
No, that's a tractor.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
That's a tractor! You just told me it's not a bucket!
Item
That's a bucket.
6. Is this a bucket?
Let's bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Are we done now?
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship
No,
apart.
Mr. Narrator, I love you. Don't let the bucket get away.
I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No!
Okay, here we go.
But it was the key to all my Easter eggs!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Everything's a bucket, you idiot!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket?
Yes!
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Oh,
yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
I won't.
Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Bloop. Back to the beginning. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never... The end is never the end, yes, it's never the end, is never the end, is never... The bucket.
All of his code is gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine finders in the meeting room. Skipping the bucket for now. We'll come back. We'll grab the bucket next time because I want to check out what the insanity ending is with the bucket. Yes, I named it after the FNAF ending. I don't care.
To the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly.
It's my
name
for it. The insanity ending.
First, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
All right, here we go.
The fact is,
3,
the story
2,
has been
1.
about nothing but you. Really?
Take that one.
I was in the middle of something to have zero consideration for others. Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes, fuck you.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no.
I skipped it because we've done it already, and I got the chance due to it being Vesu said.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
I'm not going to make a joke about
It was only
it.
a matter of time before he found the others. Stanley picked up the
Because I know a lot of people who've been personally affected.
He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
So I'm not going to do it this time. I'm not going to make the joke this time. I can't promise I'm not going to make a joke later, but right now, in this very moment, in the mall. Stairs, let me do stairs nearby fireplace. Some kind of game. This must be punch this. Wait, no, small.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
And get next loop!
You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then.
And I'll have a bucket.
That we used to have.
I have a jar of dirt.
And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I actually can. I can just reset my data, but I don't want to do that.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his...
Oh, hey, look, this one tackles mental illness, which I don't really think that's the most accurate description of it. I think that is a description of it, but I don't think that's the most accurate way to
Stanley
describe
decided
it.
to go to the meeting room.
See the bucket, and we'll do the one ending, where you gotta
just Stanley
see the game yourself.
Off on another thrilling adventure.
The museum ending becomes buckified as well, which is my name for something that's been affected by the bucket.
The door on his left.
They need to make bucket merch. They need to start selling literal buckets. Like, just for the hell of it.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Wait, I didn't have to do that ending, by the way. I could have just did this. Yeah, the game is randomized sometimes, you see. This is my stop.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket?
The bucket.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Yeah, chuck it in the bucket.
Most logical explanation. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Save it, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
And doing it
so
right.
Many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements. You've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Let's hear what the bucket has to say about the mind control ending. Maybe the bucket can save us from the nuke.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Buckets. Bow, bow. Oh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Wouldn't kill the bucket. He wouldn't
The
let the
door
bucket
behind
die.
them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
He wouldn't. He's a pussy. He's not going to kill the bucket. Me, maybe, but the bucket, no way.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the
Cried the
narrator.
narrator.
as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome to the grand exhibit. You can read that out for yourself. I'm not reading the full thing.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Yeah. Bucket cave painting.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
We get it. The bucket was better than I am.
Who should kneel before the bucket.
I don't need a reminder how good the bucket is. Oh, thank God.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Okay.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
My mom's in the other room watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. So if you hear that in the background, welcome to the news.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets.
My bucket!
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Okay,
Isn't it
good.
just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire
It was absolutely
life?
fulfilling to spend 15 minutes
Fill you to the
collecting
brim with inner richness?
collectibles.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh, hell yeah, I'll go back to the memory zone with you, Mr. Narrator.
Visit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, man. And Stanley found the collectibles. Not the Stanley Parable's release. Although the 2013 one was really fucking funny. Really fun section.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6. Nice. The executive bathroom?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
The warehouse is where I found my third personally.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I don't know, me going at my third time with your mother was quite forgettable.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I've never seen this shit before in my life, but okay. Rapolage?
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god! It's like the Scott Laws one! People you should date. No, I'm top 10 people I would date. It's just you. I'm gonna clip this. This is definitely something I'm gonna have to clip. Yeah! Under the stairs. Yeah! You found it under the stairs. Yeah! The stairs is where you found it. Stairs.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Let's save the last 5 minutes and see what I can edit into it. So I can get out of that for funny moments. Top 10 funny moment. It's another Scale of the Walls reference. I can show you magic.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here behind the boss's office. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Cool, I really like the present TV thing. I think that's quite funny. I like doing the infinity.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again.
He's gonna take you back to the past. To collect these things.
The boss's office. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is
We're going through a memory of a memory.
In my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Literally a memory of a memory. Oh my god, the Under the Stairs video.
I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Saving the last 1 minute of gameplay as well, just for that. Just for the fucking sped up video. I'm gonna upload that later. About finding figurines in the Stanley Parable.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Pretty good room. I do have to agree. We should come out of this with 18.
Really what a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them.
I might have to do a hard reset after this, by the way.
The temptation.
I just hope y'all know that this stream might be ending, so that we can do the hard reset. It's procedure. What happens if I chose wrong? I'm a good boy, so I chose right.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh, shit. We're gonna get to hear Alex Hirsch again?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember.
I was sold on it, I'm not gonna lie.
But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Guys, going off the rails now, people. I just want to complete every path in the game with the bucket. I want to bring the bucket into Rocket League.
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic.
It's literally the most iconic part of the game. I could have picked right. Okay.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something
Half-Life 2.
I can remember. I can remember.
Oh my god, we're gonna get to do a little bit of Half-Life 2.
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was
Half-Life 2?
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. On the road again. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with.
Let me stay.
You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Guys, oh, he's gonna kill us. Fuck. I love playing this on my TV though. Like playing this on a fucking PS5 controller. PS4. I mean on PS5.
To go to the meeting room.
The PS4 version.
Simply missed a memo.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be
where did all the good times go? La da 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 holiday when I go. Just got home. Where did it go? Oh no, can't go home.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket is wrong. The bucket is wrong. The bucket is wrong. All across the screen. Chuck it in the bucket and move on, you know what they say?
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question
Take
why
the bucket to meet my wife.
To him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Yeah, you gotta do the Borat every time, at least once.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
This is so cool.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him.
The timer that was really supposed to go with this ending.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just
Stanley,
a bucket.
can you hear me?
It can't
I need
think,
your help to rock.
It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
But that's all I need!
It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection,
you, bucket.
it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, what's going on? Why do I want to be what's wrong with me? I don't
I'm gonna
understand.
fuck the bucket.
Perhaps if I had the bucket,
I'm gonna take my dick and chuck it in the bucket, you know what I mean?
Tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No, it's my bucket.
Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No, it's mine.
Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
My bucket. Fuck you. So yeah, you see that they changed some of the endings. There's a whole new set of endings.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is a good bucket?
Let's go through the disobeying
bucket,
ending.
A humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Because the disobeying ending is super fun, and maybe the bucket will bring us into two new games.
Felt the bucket calling to him.
I just really want to play Fortnite
was simply
in the Stanley Parable.
And here it was.
Okay, I'm just saying this, you don't get to see Stanley much, but he does have a character model. What if we got him as a skin in Fortnite as part of like a collaboration with this?
To go back to the meeting room.
Make him in the put him in the fucking like battle pass and give like the narrator lore.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was...
I forgot that we can't do the disobeying ending because of the no bucket sign. So now I might have to do a hard reset in a minute, which is going to be very interesting because the game does have one more thing for me as well. It
How
asked me
long
to
was he
set
sitting
my
there?
favorite
Stanley wondered to
time,
himself.
not the real
Minutes?
time this time.
Days?
I'm thinking of doing
Sit down.
4:20
The embrace of an old
p.m.
friend. A friendship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Rated museum with the bucket,
Still
right?
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
I might not do videos on these for a
Stanley
while.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
There's an
logical
epilogue, and then that's how I get the one trophy. And I've done almost everything, so I don't know how to get the other trophies. That'll be something I'll have to Google and do later. But if I do a video on this game, I don't think I'm gonna go all the way. I think doing it in one stream and repackaging that as like 15 different videos might work. But I also, as much as I want to get another week release, I don't want to like tire myself out with this game.
Mind control facility.
You know, because I can't. I just play through this full game. Bomb with the thing with the bucket ending.
Lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Bum bada bum bucket. Bum 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 bada dum bada dum
And
bucket.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down.
I think I can access the epilogue.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending.
Yeah, I guess with the bucket
This
it would be
made
the
no
true ending.
sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
So this game's been really cool to me. I think I want to give it some time before I play it. For video?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
just for the sake of giving myself a break.
A better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Let's go ahead and do the escape ending. Not the escape, the real escape, not the one that says escape.
Still no one was here.
Don't worry.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Boss's office. Same British accent. Boss's office. A bottle of water in the boss's office.
In his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
We can get to the new content thing at some point, I think. So we gotta get this ending twice more. Once now, once afterwards. Overall, though, not bad. You know? Overall, we chucked in the bucket. And also, like, if you want to watch... all the YouTubers gonna upload hour-long videos anyway, so why not just watch it all in one... Guys, just watch this video in chunks. It's not hard. I also spent a lot of money on this game, so...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television.
I'm not going to receive any money back, but, you know, your views...
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Couple of views
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this.
Science guinea pigs!
Into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring
mind-controlled guinea pigs! Yes. Evil mind-controlled.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously.
Does it go up or down? And that would be how you chose yes or no?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Let me have your balls! That's what the real Mr. Bucket's like. That's the fucking, that's the toy Mr. Bucket. He wants to eat your balls. I remember that episode, Board James.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Alright, I think we should end it off with the bad ending, and then I think we should end it off on a good note, though, with the bucket. And then we could do the epilogue, because that will leave us on a good ending as well.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away into space, when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Those are some silly birds!
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand.
Long-necked bird
is
the fancy bird, dance bird.
Towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
That is the best ending change ever, I got to see some silly birds.
All of his co-workers, not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Getting games on fucking randomizer, I'm telling you.
Tightly to his chest and entered the door.
I've seen The Office be green a couple of times, not in my own personal game, but like in YouTubers' games.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Or was it the bucket all along? Who's been messing up everything? It's in the bucket all along. Who's been pulling every evil string? It's in the bucket all along. It's Insidious Bucket. The super phineas and the pity is pity. Been messing up everything, now that everything has gone wrong. The bucket, it's been the bucket all along. Oh, and he killed Stanley too. No!
Room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this
Alright, cool, we landed it.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and
that's why I want to speedrun. Speedrun, skip this shit.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
I'm gonna tell Gino this game is meant for speedrunning. You know what? That's how I'll do the videos. I'll have Gino there with me to do our gameplay videos on it, and I'll have to upload them from his house. But that's whatever.
Reassuring it that everything would be
I'll have to edit them at his place, but like I don't really care. I'm sure he won't mind if because I edit and then upload and then I'll set all the I upload them all at once, then I set the dates later. So I'll talk to him about possibly doing it because the game won't last as long.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never.
No. I'm trying to get accurate bucket sounds to my hand. No.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
No. Okay.
But here,
silly birds.
Operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine would never again exert its terrible power.
Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live.
As a gay couple, Stanley and the bucket.
The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on earth.
Same.
Wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
No!
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad.
Mr. Bucket,
Stanley thought to
give me your
himself. As long as I
balls!
have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
So now it's time for the epic log. By the way, the narrator was going to delete me before this.
All of his co-workers were
Let's not
gone.
grab the bucket.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
The
to
bucket's
meeting
pretty
room.
much how you
Perhaps he'd simply
unlock
must
the
go
new
in there.
content. Majority of it. It's dictated by the bucket. Shit. Alright, hold on. Quit the menu. We may have to hard reset the game to get the epilogue, but that should be fine. Full credits. This didn't give me an achievement. Which I'm bummed, because it feels like the kind of game that would do that. Yes, I deleted save data thrice! Anyway, guys. That's going to be the end of this stream, but pay attention, because there's about to be one in, like, literally 5 seconds. Just to finish it up. And then I'm going to start recording the PS5 version of the game. This is the PS4 version I've been playing. I'm going to start recording on the PS5. Not tonight, probably, because I got a Fortnite event to attend.